I'm grateful that we're all together virtually and we're able to begin to resume some of our important work. This is the June 9th, 2020 Land Use Commission meeting, and it's being held using interactive conference technology, linking video conference participants and other interested individuals of the public via a Zoom internet conferencing program. This is being done to comply with state and county official operational directives during the current pandemic. Members of the public are viewing the Zoom webinar platform and/or simultaneously streaming video on YouTube. For all meeting participants, please be aware that unlike in-person meetings where our court reporter can say that she cannot hear us or ask us to repeat, this is not possible in this venue. So I would stress to everyone the importance of speaking slowly and clearly and directly into your microphone before speaking, and also stating, as suggested by Commissioner Okuda, your name for the record prior to speaking. Please also be aware that all meeting participants are being recorded on the digital record of this Zoom meeting and on the YouTube platform as well. Your continued participation is your implied consent to be part of the public record of this event. If you do not wish to be part of the public record, you should exit the meeting. The Zoom conference technology allows the parties and each participating commissioner individual remote access to the meeting proceedings via their personal digital devices. The Land Use Commission Chair, currently myself, Jonathan Scheuer, Commissioners Axon, Chang, Okuda, and Wong, the LUC Executive Officer Daniel Oradenker, Chief Clerk Riley Hakoda, support staff, the Land Use Commission's Deputy Attorney General Bill Weinhoff, and the court reporter Jean McManus are all on Oahu. Commissioner Cabral is on Hawaii Island, Commissioner Ohigashi is on Maui, and Commissioner Giovanni is on Kauai. We currently have 8 seated commissioners. Are there any questions or technical problems at this time from any of the people in the main part of the meeting? Seeing none. Our first order of business is the adoption of the May 6, 2020 minutes. Are there any corrections or comments on the minutes? Confirming with the Commissioner Cabral, please unmute yourself. Commissioner Cabral, please unmute yourself. There you
This
go.
is Commissioner Cabral. My apologies. I will try and be trained. I would like to make a motion to accept the minutes as written.
Okay, let me first confirm that there was no public testimony, written public testimony received on the minutes from either Mr. Derrickson or Mr. Hakoda.
Chair.
Thank you. A motion has been made to accept the minutes by Commissioner Cabral. Is there a second?
This is Commissioner Wong. I second.
It's been seconded by Commissioner Wong. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Oradenker, please roll call the commission for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Cabral,
Yes.
Commissioner Wong,
Aye.
Commissioner Ohigashi,
Yes.
Commissioner Okuda,
Yes.
Commissioner Giovanni,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Axon,
Yes.
Chair Scheuer.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minutes are adopted unanimously.
Thank you. Our next agenda item is the tentative meeting schedule. Mr. Oradenker. Hold on, Mr. Oradenker. You are muted.
Okay.
There you go.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I don't know.
Okay.
I thought I was unmuted. Tomorrow we will be holding another Zoom meeting on this matter. Instructions have been posted to the website as how to attend and join. On June 24th, we also have time set aside for another Zoom meeting on this matter. June 25th, we will be having a Zoom meeting, virtual meeting on Hilo, emanating from Hilo on the County of Hawaii's motion for declaratory ruling, on the A18-805, which is the church matter, A18-804, which is the Barry matter, and A99-729, which is Hawaii Land Trust. That will be a status report. On July 8th, we will be attempting to once again begin in-person meetings. This meeting will be held on Maui to resume the Kwana Ulu Ranch motion to dismiss. On July 9th, excuse me, we will also be on Maui for a continuation of the Kwana Ulu Ranch matter, Central Maui landfill matter, Lanai acceptance of the EA, and the Pulele Hua adoption of order. On July 22nd, we will be having a meeting on Oahu for any further hearings on this matter, and to take up the A92-683 Halikua matter. That will also be, once again, a live meeting. On July 23rd, we will be in Hilo for the U of N Mencourt matter. August 12th, we will also be in Hilo for the University of Nations order to show cause matter. On August 13th, we will be again in Hilo for the Hawaii Island Land Trust matter and the Newton family motion to amend. On August 26th, we have that set aside for the Kwana Ulu motion once again. And on the 27th, we will also be on Maui for Kihei High School and C. Brewer bifurcation. September 9th, we will again be on Maui for the C. Brewer matter. And on the 10th, we will also be on Maui for C. Brewer and the motion to amend for Hano Hano. On September 23rd, we have tentatively set aside that day for adoption of the motion for order. In this case, if we proceed in that in a quick enough time period. And that takes us through October. I would caution the commissioners that there are a lot of petitions and motions and the like being filed as we've recently reopened. So we're looking to a very rigorous schedule going into the end of the year.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oradenker. Commissioners, are there any questions for Dan? Seeing none. Okay. Our next agenda item is the continued hearing and action meeting on docket number A17804, Hawaiian Memorial Life Plan Limited, to consider a petition to amend the Conservation Land Use District boundary into the Urban Land Use District for approximately 53.449 acres of land at Kaneohe, Island of Oahu, State of Hawaii, TMK number 14-5-033, a portion of Lot 1. Will the parties for docket number A17804 please identify themselves for the record? You may need to each enable your audio. Beginning with the petitioner.
Good morning, Chair, members of the Commission, Curtis Tabata and Ben Matsubara, for the petitioner, Hawaiian Memorial Life Plan Limited.
Okay. County.
Dwayne Pang, Deputy Corporation Counsel on behalf of the city.
Okay. Office Planning.
Deputy Attorney General Dawn Apuna on behalf of the State Office of Planning.
Okay. Interveners Huio Pikoiloa.
This is, good morning, everyone. This is Grant Yoshimori and Rich McCready, interveners pro se.
Okay. Did I miss anybody who's appearing? Okay. Thank you. Now let me update the record. On January 22nd, which seems like about 10 years ago. The commission met at the Ko'olau Ballroom and Conference Center in Kaneohe, Hawaii, for an action meeting on this docket to consider the petition to amend the Conservation Land Use District boundary into the Urban Land Use District, and we began proceedings on this matter. The petitioner offered for its witness Scott Easer and Robin Lim. Mr. Easer suspended his testimony to allow Mr. Lim to testify out of order since Mr. Lim could not appear at another time. Mr. Lim completed his testimony and was excused. Mr. Easer's questioning was to be continued at a future LUC meeting on this matter. Subsequently, the pandemic disrupted the planned meeting schedule. On May 6th, the commission had an action meeting on this docket and granted an extension of time for decision-making to hear the petition due to the pandemic and accompanying state and county directives in place for public health protection. From May 6th until recently, the commission has received public comments via email and written correspondence on this matter, which have been made part of the record. Also on May 6th, the commission received the petitioner's supplemental list of exhibits, as well as exhibits 54 through 58. On June 1st, the commission mailed the June 9th and 10th notice of agenda to the parties and to our statewide email and Oahu mailing lists. On June 8th, the commission received the intervener's amended list of exhibits and exhibit 14 and petitioner's second supplemental list of exhibits and exhibit 59. Now let me briefly run over our intended procedures for today. First, I will recognize any written public testimony that has been received on this matter, identifying the person or organization who has submitted the testimony. Next, I will call for those individuals who have pre-registered to provide public testimony on this docket. All such individuals will be called into this meeting by me. I will enable your audio and video, and so you'll be brought into our virtual witness box where I will swear you in. You will have 2 minutes to provide your testimony, and then you should stand by to see if there's questions from any of the parties or the commissioners for your testimony. After all questions on your testimony have been completed, I will then excuse you and put you back into the attendee portion of this meeting. And then I will call for the next witness to appear. After all registered testifiers have completed their testimonies, I will call for any individuals in the general audience who wish to provide public testimony for this docket to identify themselves by using the raised hand function on your device screens. And you might test if you're in the attendee room right now, just check to see whether or not you can find the raised hand function and see whether you can raise your hand and lower it. I'm seeing a number of you. Just keep testing if you will. You will also, if called in from the audience and you've not registered to provide public testimony, we'll have 2 minutes to provide testimony after being sworn in. And I'll also ask you to stand by in order to respond to any questions from the parties or the commissioners. When all questions have completed, I'll excuse the witness, return you to the audience. After the completion of all public testimony, I will give the parties the opportunity to admit exhibits into the record. And after the admission of exhibits, the petitioner will resume presenting their case. Once the petitioners completed with their presentation, it will be followed by the City and County of Honolulu, the State Office of Planning, and then the intervener, Huio Pikoi Loa. From time to time, I will be holding recesses in these proceedings, both for a break for the court reporter and for all of our eyes and our bodies as we need to get up and stretch it from our screens. Are there any questions from any of the parties or objections to our procedures for today, starting with the intervener?
No questions from the intervener. This is Grant Yoshimori.
Oh, sorry. And thank you for doing exactly what I said, but I actually meant starting with the petitioner. So starting with the petitioner.
Petitioner has no questions.
Okay. County.
The city has no questions or objections.
Okay. OP.
State has no questions.
Okay, and we've heard from the intervener. Thank you very much. I will now recognize public written testimony submitted in this in this matter, identifying the person or organization submitting the testimony. And give me a moment while I pull that up. Written testimony on this matter has been received from Kathleen O'Malley, on June 8th from Joy Kimura and Cheryl Tyler, between June 6th and 7th from Kathleen O'Malley, Timothy Deegan, Scott Z. Matayoshi, Bronson Azama, Vanita Ray Smith, and Reen Moncho. On June 5th, testimony was received from Patrick Pollard. On June 4th, from Sean McCready. Also on June 4th, from the Pacific Resource Partnership, signed by Christopher Delaunay. On June 3rd, from Karen Galut. And on May 28th, from Trees for Honolulu's Future, signed by Dan Donnell. Commissioners, are there any questions about the written testimony, which has also been posted on the Commission's website?
Commissioner Giovanni, do you have a question?
I do. This is Commissioner Giovanni. Previously in these proceedings, I made a disclosure, personal disclosure. Do I need to restate that at this time, or was that for this docket?
Thank you, Commissioner Giovanni, for raising this. I believe every single commissioner made some kind of disclosure related to this docket. If there's no change in circumstance or new matter that has arisen, you do not need to repeat your disclosures.
Thank you. No change in circumstance.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions about the written testimony received on this matter from the commissioners? Okay, seeing none. Next, I will call on individuals who've registered to provide testimony. And bear with me as I pull this up. Our first testifier is Mark Harris, followed by Christopher Delaunay from Pacific Resources Partnership. Let me try and pull Mr. Harris into the meeting if he has indeed come in. Mr. Harris, if you're here, can you raise your hand? Not seeing Mr. Harris, I will move on to the representative from Pacific Resource Partnership. If you hear me calling your name, please raise your hand. So you jump to the top. Great. Okay, you're now joining the meeting as a panelist, and please enable your video if possible. Good morning, aloha.
Aloha, good morning, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to swear you in, and then I will ask you to conclude your testimony in 2 minutes and then hold on for any questions from the parties or the commissioners.
Okay.
So do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Thank you, please proceed.
Okay. Good morning and aloha. This is Chris Delaunay with Pacific Resource Partnership. We stand in strong support of this project. The Hawaii Memorial Park is one of the few active cemeteries on Oahu. The approval of HMP's expansion plans will meet the needs of Hawaii families and our growing senior population. HMP has made good faith efforts to address cultural and environmental concerns and expressions of public sentiment regarding this project. On an economic note, Hawaii is in the midst of an economic recession from COVID-19. With over 220,000 unemployed Hawaii residents, now is the time to expedite dockets that will provide local jobs and solid investments in our people, our communities, and our state. PRP respectfully requests this commission to approve the expansion of the HMP project in the most expeditious manner possible. And thank you for this opportunity to provide our support for this project. Mahalo.
Mahalo for your testimony. Are there questions starting with the petitioner?
Petitioner has no questions.
County,
No questions from the county.
OP,
No questions.
Commissioners. Commissioner Okuda.
This is Gary Okuda. Thank you, Mr. Delaney, very much for your testimony. May I ask you this? Pacific Resource Partnership, can you describe what that organization is or who's involved in it? Just very, very briefly.
Yeah, we represent over 240 general or contractors, and then we also represent the Hawaii Regional Council of Carpenters.
Okay, thank you. Now, are you aware that the proposed project here involves excavation of about 470,000 cubic yards of material, and not all of those materials will be filled on the site, meaning we have testimony that about 57,000 cubic yards are intended to be disposed at the PVT landfill. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Okay. The PVT landfill in Nanakuli is the only landfill that is operating right now on Oahu, which may receive construction material or debris. Is that correct?
That's what I believe. That's what I understand.
So in other words, construction debris or materials from all other construction projects on Oahu, if they are to be disposed in a landfill, the only landfill they can go to is PVT, correct?
That's what I understand, yes.
And if that is the case, if for some reason PVT landfill is not available, for example, if it's filled to capacity and there is no place to dispose of construction waste or debris, what would happen to those ongoing construction projects?
You know, I'm not too sure if I'm qualified to answer those questions, you know, but I would assume that if there's, you know, not a place to put the waste, then I don't know, you have to have some kind of a site, right, to dispose of it. So, but I'm not too sure what the other options are. Or
well, at minimum, would you agree that whether you're a contractor, big, small, or medium, if for some reason PVT landfill was not available for whatever reason to take construction materials, that would be an added cost or possible delay to those other construction projects, correct?
I'm sure if you don't have a place to put it, yeah, it'll probably delay construction projects, and there'll be some problems. But again, yeah, I mean, I'm not the person to ask those questions specifically, because I don't have the knowledge, expertise about PVT that would be needed. And, you know, it'd probably be better to ask a contractor specifically, or someone that has more knowledge about PVT than I do.
Yeah, and just two short questions, because I'm asking more questions that I think are more common sense driven than expert required.
Right. I'm doing the best with my limited knowledge, answering, you know, what I can answer. But I really don't know the situation. I'm just here to support the project.
Okay,
Yeah.
would you support the project, or would your organization support the project if in fact there was a question whether or not this project with 57,000 plus cubic yards of materials having to be disposed at the PVT landfill, if that might cause some negative effect on the landfill, would that raise a question to you and your organization whether or not this project should be supported?
You know, again, I'm just here to support this project.
Okay,
Thank you.
and final question is, you have no knowledge one way or the other what the effect would be of disposing 57,000 plus cubic yards of material at PVT, correct?
I mean, I'm not an expert in that area, and I'm here to support this project.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. No further questions. Thank you very much for taking time today to testify.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Okuda. Commissioners, are there any further questions for the representative from PRP? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
And I will now figure out how to demote you out of the meeting. Bear with me. Okay, our next person signed up for written testimony, our third, is Bronson Azama, who I saw in the meeting room. I'm going to promote you to a panelist and swear you in. I ask you to turn on your microphone and your video if possible.
Aloha, Kalamai. I was having some technical difficulties while arriving on here. Computer problems. I'm on my phone. So.
Oh, my ka'i. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
Yes.
Okay, you have 2 minutes. Please proceed and then stick around for questions from the parties or the commissioners.
Okay. Aloha mai kako o au no kainoa o ku'olau ku'umauna o ke hia kuhoi ku'uku'u o kalimokele ku'u Hawaii o ka waha o ka mano ku'ukai no he ia mai au. Aloha, my name is Bronson Azama, kanaka name Kainoa, and just a recent graduate of Casa High School as a part of that cohort that came in January. I'd just like to stand on my written testimony against the project for the reasons of the environmental impact, the damage to our natural resources, as well as some damage to some, I guess they consider it minor sites. I believe one of the agriculture terraces is listed as one. But I know it was brought up earlier in a previous testimony about having this whole diverse economy justification for the expansion of the project. However, the project does bring much environmental impact to our area, especially to Kaneohe Bay, with the use of chemical fertilizers and just the burying practices in general done by the Hawaiian Memorial. And those long-term effects then affect the adjacent fish pond, which go Waikulo Lokoi'a, which is fed by the streams that come from that area. So basically, you're slowly damaging the fish pond even more, and Waikulo has suffered a great deal already from various chemical sources and pollutant sources like the golf course, and even Hawaii Memorial Park is included in this. So for me, just to cause even more damage of areas that could pristinely be used to grow food even, and to even violate the Ko'olau Greenbelt, which is intended to preserve the beauty of our space here on our side of the island. It's just not right. And on top of that too, they're allowing poisons to enter our bay, which is where a lot of people still gather food to this day, especially now with the whole COVID situation. I've seen much more people going fishing. So we definitely need to do whatever it is we can to protect our natural resources. I'd also
so that's
like
2 minutes. That's 2 minutes. If you could summarize, please.
In summary, I just stand against this proposed development, standing on my testimony, which states the environmental reasons, the cultural reasons, as well as the reasons that affect our economy too.
Mahalo for your participation. Please stand by. Are there questions for the witness from the petitioner?
No questions.
County.
No questions from the city.
State.
No questions.
Intervener.
I wanted to thank the testifier for his testimony, and we have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners. Seeing none, I have one question. Have you been involved with restoration at the fish pond?
Yes, I have. I've actually volunteered there a few times.
Okay. Right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your participation.
Mr. Chair?
Thank you.
This is
Commissioner Chang.
Commissioner Chang. Yes.
Please
Sorry,
proceed.
I thought I had my hand raised. Okay, thank you. Aloha, Bronson. Thank you so much for your testimony and coming again today. I appreciate throughout the technical difficulties. But let me ask you this. Do you consider yourself a cultural practitioner? You sound very ma'a to the cultural ways of Kaneohe.
Oh, I don't know. My definition of a practitioner is so different. I'll just say that I'm learning. I'm involved, but I don't know. Some of the cultural practitioners, they're way above my years, so I don't think I've reached their level just yet.
Well, mahalo for your humility. Have you been up to the heiau or the cultural sites on this particular property?
I visited this heiau on my own time. I haven't gone with anybody. I would like to learn more. I've reviewed parts of the CIA, the Cultural Impact Assessment. And that's as far as it goes for me about this area, as well as a few readings that I've done prior to even knowing about this memorial park, because it kind of just called to me one time in a book, Sites of Oahu.
Okay, so based upon what you reviewed in the documents regarding the cultural preserve, do you believe that that is a benefit to the community?
I believe, I do like the intention of the cultural preserve, and I do like what it's doing. I don't see that as damaging to the topography of the land. I did disagree with a few. I know there's a few areas that they're still planning on removing based on the conditions, I believe, of those sites. For me, any ounce of desecration, no matter how big or small, is still desecration. But that's just my personal belief. But I do appreciate the intention and the work that's been going in from Honua Consulting, as well as the Civic Club, to really preserve the site.
Okay, thank you very much, Bronson. I have no other questions.
Thank you.
And thank you, Commissioner Chang. I'm sorry I missed your raised hand. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for Mr. Azama? Being none, mahalo.
Mahalo.
I'm doing a last call for the registered testifier, Mark Harris. I do not see him as an attendee. Are there any other members of the public who are attendees who wish to testify on this matter? If so, please raise your hand using the raising hand function in the attendees window on your personal device. Ms. Lauren Pokipala, I'm going to admit you into the meeting. Please turn on your video and audio. Aloha.
Aloha.
I'm going to swear you in, and then the same procedure as if you've seen it. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Okay, please proceed.
Aloha kako. I
Aloha.
oppose the expansion. Being born and raised in Kaneohe, I've come to appreciate this place, but most importantly for me is I've built a relationship and a connection by learning the mo'olelo and the wahipana of this place. So to me, this means now I have a kuleana, or a responsibility, and this is to make sure that the aina is managed with utmost care so that our future generations can enjoy what we enjoyed, and they won't have to suffer the consequences created by those of us here today. I know our people have been shortchanged many times, so we have to make sure we think about how our decisions today impact everyone years from now. So, as I thought about this issue, thinking about the purpose of a graveyard, I had to ask myself this question. If Hawaiian Memorial is expanding for the demand of more grave sites, what's going to happen 30, 40, 50 years from now? They're going to need more and more land for bodies. So are they going to keep asking for more land to expand? Will our future generations have to keep fighting this issue? Will our families be displaced from their community? And so instead of asking for more land, shouldn't they be strategizing how they can become sustainable with what they have. So, you know, if you're in support of this proposal or you're undecided, this is the time for yourself. What does Aina or land mean to me? And if you don't know, then that's probably most likely why you're in support or unsure. And so, you know, and even some Hawaii residents, they aren't connected to the Aina, meaning they don't grow their own food. They don't put their hands in the dirt. They don't know the mo'olelo of their ahupua'a. They don't have roots here. They don't know the importance of understanding the past.
It's 2 minutes.
Okay.
If you can summarize, please.
Okay,
Mahalo.
so they don't see the real value of the Aina. They see monetary or other values. And you don't even have to be Hawaiian to be connected to the Aina. If you call Hawaii your home, you drink the water from this Aina. At some point, you've probably eaten food from this Aina, and we breathe the air that this Aina provides. So Aina is not supposed to be about money. It's supposed to be about people, you know, we're being stewards to the land. So, you know, to conclude, I just want to challenge everyone to ask themselves, you know, what does Aina mean to me? How will this expansion affect the Aina? And if you can't answer this, then you need to take some time to learn, because we need to leave this place better than we found it. Okay, mahalo.
Mahalo. Are there questions for the witness from the petitioner?
No questions.
County.
No questions from the city.
Office of Planning.
No questions.
Intervener.
No, we want to thank the testifier and we have no questions. Thank you.
Commissioners. Commissioner Chang.
Aloha, Lauren. Thank you so much for your testimony today. And I know you came in January, I believe. I wanted to ask you the same question that I asked Bronson. Have you been up to the site and visited the heiau or any of the cultural sites that are up there?
I haven't physically visited, but I've had conversation with Auntie Mahealani Cipher, who is one of the caretakers of that area. So this is like maybe 2 or 3 years ago. She had wanted to take our group of students to visit the site, but something came up with the weather and we couldn't go, but she's shared stories about the place. And I do live right down the road, so I kind of went myself, but I stopped at the end of the road. I didn't want to enter. So before this all came up, we kind of already knew about it, because she wanted us to take on the taking care of it, the youth from Castle High School. So she wanted to with me.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to review the cultural preserve that was included in the proposal? I wanted to know how you felt about that, or you had any comments about that.
Yeah, but it's, you know, I read portions of it and still I didn't feel right about it. Like,
okay.
You know, when people make commitments, but nothing is in writing, it's not pono. Okay. And so too many times I've seen that, like, promises being made, like, okay, we'll do this for you, we'll do that, we'll provide monies, but it doesn't happen.
Okay, no, I appreciate the candid answer. I have no other questions. Thank you again for coming before us and providing us your testimony. Mahalo.
Mahalo for this opportunity.
Are there further questions from any of the commissioners? I would just, I guess, respond more than question. So I appreciate your testimony very much. I just want to speak for, at least for myself, but I think for many other commissioners in this kuleana that we each bear as land use commissioners. We actually are obligated to keep an open mind till all the evidence has been presented. So I don't come in with a stance towards this or in opposition to this, though I would say that at least in my own personal practices, I do feel very strong. I have my own definition of Aina and how I relate to it and the different places that I relate to. So we are obligated legally and I believe ethically to listen to all of the evidence and all of the witnesses and all of the testimony to come to our decision. So I just want to respond to your testimony on that. Thank you very much for your testimony. Is there anything further from any of the commissioners? If not, mahalo.
Mahalo nui.
Is there anyone else who is an attendee in this meeting who wishes to provide public testimony on this matter? Oh, I see Sean McCready followed. Oh, I see also Mark Harris. I'm going to do Sean McCready followed by Mark Harris, who was actually registered as a testifier. I'm going to promote Sean McCready into being a panelist. When you come on, please enable your video and audio. Aloha, good morning.
Aloha, good morning.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes and then stick around for questions.
Thank you. Thanks so much for allowing me to testify today on behalf of my neighborhood. Being born and raised in Kaneohe, I'm extremely against the proposed Hawaiian Memorial Park expansion. The current coronavirus has really made me view death in society's way of memorializing our loved ones in a different light. On an island with limited space and natural resources, it would be severely wrong to allow Service International Corporation to deforest, severely grade, and fill in our hillside for 30,000 burial plots. I'm environmentally conscientious, as are many other millennials my age, and will seek alternatives to this outdated and antiquated means of internment. An interesting article that recently appeared in Forbes entitled "How the Pandemic is Killing the Death Industry" highlights how the current CEO of SEI, Tom Ryan, insists that the pandemic will actually hurt their funeral business. As he states, our ability to get in front of the consumer is limited. The article also goes on to state that the pandemic is severely limiting SEI's ability to upsell the bereaved. Their Texas-based corporation relies heavily on pre-need cemetery plot sales. And in these uncertain times of COVID-19, unemployment and financial instability, will local residents be able to afford or even desire an elaborate $20,000 or more funeral as compared to a more cost-effective cremation? SEI's petition for a amendment to rezone Kaneohe's conservation land to urban district. Cremation rates have actually surpassed burial rates in the US and will continue to rise during this pandemic. Times are changing. How will SEI adapt and adjust their funeral practices to alleviate their financial pressures and provide guidance for shifting consumer preferences? I'm asking you to not create a horrible precedent for other conservation land on the Windward Side and North Shore. Please do not allow them to destroy Kaneohe's conservation land in order to maximize SEI's profits. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. McCready, and that was 2 minutes on the button.
Awesome.
Are there questions from the petitioner?
No questions.
No questions from the city.
No questions from the state.
Intervener would like to thank the testifier, and we have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners. Commissioner Okuda.
Mr. McCready, thank you for testifying. Are you also one of the interveners?
I am not.
Okay, I'm sorry. I wrote something down wrong. Let me ask you this. You know, as the chair said, we have to keep an open mind until all the evidence is in. So please don't take any of our questions to indicate or mean that any of us who are asking questions are biased one way or the other. Many times we ask these questions just to test what people have to say or to help educate us. So you understand that, correct?
Sure.
Okay, let me ask you this. Hawaiian Memorial Park, and I guess it's a parent corporation, SCI, is offering a cultural preserve and a conservation easement. Now, later on in this hearing, I'm sure we're going to get into the details or the lack thereof with respect to that. But just looking at that offer of what they're willing to put down, you know, 10 years ago, the community opposed this, opposed a type of expansion. It was defeated. Now, approximately 10 years later, you know, there's another push for redesignation of conservation land. And, you know, there's a possibility that if the commission denies or rejects this request for the boundary amendment, 10 years from now, somebody else will come back and ask for redesignation of the conservation land into urban or something else that allows development. Don't you think that there is a benefit to the community to maybe take what's being offered now, even though it might not be what everybody wants 100%?
That's a good question. Honestly, my problem is, especially with the way that with the way that burials are done today. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I just don't see how compromising with deforesting 50 acres of conservation land in order to maintain a conservation site like that is going to be sort of worth that effort. I mean, to me, I would much rather stand up to fight for a sustainable way to allow the needs of sort of funeral practices that need to be done going forward while not degrading our hillside and destroying important watershed region. So yes, although the cultural site is very important to think about, I think that there's smarter ways that we can maintain that without having to compromise and destroy our watershed in the process.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any further questions for Mr. McCready? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony and your participation.
Oh, thank you.
Really appreciate it. In the audience is a registered testifier, Mr. Mark Harris. I'm going to be admitting them into the meeting. When you come in, please enable your microphone and your video. Mr. Harris, are you able? Yeah. Okay. Are you able to turn on your video as well?
Certainly. Aloha all.
Aloha. Can I ask you, before you begin your testimony, did you have any problem getting into the meeting earlier? Because I had called earlier for your name, but saw that you weren't in as attendee. I just want to check on the technology.
Not as technically savvy as I probably should be.
Okay.
But I did make it.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm going to swear you in, and then you have 2 minutes, and then stick around for questions. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Okay, please proceed.
Well, after hearing testimony from others, I kind of probably am echoing some of the same things that they've already said, but having been a graduate of Castle, raised in Kaneohe, played in this area that they are talking about expanding to, witnessed some of the things that have already been lost that I'm not sure if anybody actually talked about, but there once was a waterfall that ran all the way to the bay from that area that's already developed on Mokulele. So when we talk about opportunities and cultural sites and things of this nature, in my mind, the whole area is a cultural site. It is probably one of the last large open green spaces in Kaneohe, which was once considered the country. As we move forward in these kinds of decisions, certainly economics do play a role, but I don't see the funeral business as actually lucrative for local people. One of the things that hasn't been talked about is robots dig grave sites now. The cost of burial is obviously high. It's a profit-based business. It's not a community business. How will we be able to look back in the 10 years that were mentioned earlier and look at this decision as a benefit for the community? I only see the corporate dollars being actually honored in this deal that is being proposed. And at the end of the day, housing will be on the table in 10 years. If you pass this, housing will be on the table in 10 years, because making money off of funerals is not their plan. The original proposal was housing. So I am sure that they can wait out the 10 years to readdress this real issue, which is the housing. The other part of it is sustainability. It's agricultural land. Why would we not return it to agricultural land? When I was a kid, it was a banana patch, something that was sustainable. But we don't seem to value farmland the way we do other entities. I think it's very important that we look at it from that cultural perspective, that there are people growing traditional foods that could probably do well with that property if we're going to reallocate it. I think the expansion of a funeral site does not put money in the pockets of very many people, nor does it provide nourishment or, as was spoke earlier, the greenhouse effect. The climate change, those are real. When I was a kid, it rained a lot in Kaneohe, but the way it rains now, I don't see the bioswales as being effective to change the flood patterns. I don't really believe that the environmental study of that particular area was done. They used a study from another area to replicate what was possible.
Mr. Harris, it's been 2 minutes. Can I ask you to summarize your testimony, please?
Thank you for the 2 minutes, and my summary is this. Sustainability is not around funeral homes or funerals or grave sites. Sustainability is vegetables, pineapples, guavas, papayas. That's sustainability.
Thank you. Are there questions for the witness?
Petitioner has no questions.
No questions from the city.
No questions from the state.
Intervener, thanks, testifier, and we have no questions. Thank you.
Commissioners, Commissioner Chang.
Thank you, Mr. Harris, for your testimony, your passionate testimony. It sounds like, have you lived in this area? It sounds like for most of your life, you've gone to Smith Castle. Are you?
I am from 45170 Oahu Place.
Okay, so that's right below the existing memorial cemetery?
Yes.
You raised a really good point about, and who knows, in 10 years, if they don't get this, they may come back for affordable housing, because that was always their intention. Do you understand that, well, it's my understanding that under their proposal, they are looking at to put 28 acres into cemetery, 14 acres into the cultural preserve, and the remainder of their property would stay in a conservation easement, which would prevent any future development, so including housing. Does that address some of your concerns about some certainty into the future if that this land could be turned into a housing development or anything other than a cemetery and cultural preserve?
I think that I feel strongly about the agricultural benefit as opposed to just a cultural benefit. I think the part that is missing in my mind is they still can address the housing in 10 years. There's no in perpetuity clause in there that says they could never revisit this. So if we're and this is kind of how I read this, if this is the compromise, then that language should be there somewhere that we would never have this conversation again.
And that's a good point. And that's my understanding of the conservation easement, is that it would be held by a third party. I don't know what the status of the negotiations with the Hawaiian Islands Trust, Land Trust, but if it was in a conservation easement in perpetuity to ensure that the land would not be developed into housing, would that make you feel more comfortable?
I think that it isn't even for me that I'm actually engaged in this activity. It's for the children who may not have had the experiences that I have had. I think one of the things I could say as a resident of Hawaii and a you know, in my mind, one of the sons of Hawaii, is I had a great childhood, great opportunity to meet all kinds of people, especially in the area that is proposed to be changed. It was our Shangri-La, if you will. So there is an emotional attachment for me there also. But being practical, I think the greatest challenge before us is the groups that we're going into this agreement with have one of the strongest lobbies in the country. So why would I believe that this would be off the table based on the language that's been presented in their proposal? In there is no commitment in perpetuity, as I just stated.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Harris. I really appreciate your testimony. And I too am from the windward side, which is God's country. So I agree with you. It doesn't get better than that to be born and raised in Kaneohe. Mahalo.
Mahalo.
Commissioners, are there further questions? Mr. Harris, I would just note that my mother was, before she passed away for decades, was very active in the Episcopal Church and held your late mother in the highest esteem.
Thank you.
Oh, Commissioner Cabral.
Yes, I just would like to thank all of the testifiers for coming forward. And I feel the conflict because that I know our job is to try and figure out how to deal with all of the different requests. And clearly, I appreciate the fact that they're living on the windward side. I, in fact, used to live right there in Kahalu, but I'm now in Hilo, and I think I'm here because I have more space and more land and more openness. So I appreciate that desire, yet I recognize the need for population growth and those demands. And I also appreciate the concern, especially since COVID-19 has taken place. What is our future going to hold for funerals? Are we going to get to the point that the government mandates everybody be cremated, or can we go back to putting everybody back in our own backyard, or what? You know, it's a huge question, and I do appreciate the conflict and want to assure everybody that that we are trying to weigh everything and do the best job possible for everybody present and for the community. So I just want to thank everybody for their input. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cabral. Are there any other questions or comments from the commissioners? If not, thank you very much, Mr. Harris, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Are there any other members of the audience wishing to provide public testimony at this time? If so, raise your hand. And if not, I will close public testimony and call for a 10-minute break on the call of the chair. Are there any other individuals wishing to provide public testimony? If not, by my clock, it is 10:04 and we should be back in front of our screens at 10:14. Mahalo. For the purposes of YouTube, we perhaps should have some kind of screen that says that when we're on recess. I don't know if that's possible. But, okay. Check on OP. Zapuna. Okay. Commissioner Giovanni. Great. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to tap my computer pad and call us back into session at 10:14 a.m. We've concluded public testimony on this matter, and we're now to the entering of exhibits. Mr. Tabata, please describe your new exhibits which you wish to have admitted to the record.
Thank you, Chair. Petitioner has as additional exhibits 54 through 59. Exhibits 54 and 55 are updated site plans to help better explain the project. Exhibit 56 is a opinion poll prepared by SMS. Exhibit 57 is a letter dated May 1st, 2020, from Summer J. Waring III to yourself, Chair Scheuer. Exhibit 58 is a letter dated February 12th, 2020, from the Department of Transportation to OP. And Exhibit 59 is revised market study tables that were prepared just yesterday and in response to the interveners' Exhibit 15. We request, Chair, that Exhibits 54 through 59 be admitted into evidence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tabata. Are there any objections from the parties to the admission of these exhibits?
City has no objections.
No objections from the state.
Intervener has no objections.
Commissioners. Sorry, I paused. For some reason, unlike in a regular hearing room, everybody's video spaces got changed, so I looked for the wrong place for the intervener. I will bear, I think I know where you are now. No objections from any of the commissioners? Seeing none, exhibits 54 through 59 are admitted into the record. County. You might be muted.
Oh, county had no further exhibits, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Ms. Apuna.
Thank you, Chair. OP would like to replace Exhibit 9, replacing James Cogswell's CV with Cynthia King's. And then we'd like to offer Exhibit number 10, which is a State Department of Transportation letter dated February 12th, 2020.
Thank you. Are there any objections from the parties?
Petitioner has no objections.
The city has no objections.
Commissioners?
Interveners.
Oh, sorry. Call them I. Interveners.
Interveners have no objections.
Thank you. Commissioners? Seeing none, exhibits replacement 9 and exhibit 10 are admitted into the record. And Mr. Yoshimori.
Thank you. The interveners would like to admit into the record exhibit number 15, which is our analysis of the CBRE market study.
Okay. Are there any objections to this being entered into the record?
Petitioner has no objection.
City has no objections.
State, no objections.
Commissioners? Seeing none, the exhibit is entered into the record. With that, we can resume with the petitioner's presentation of your case. Mr. Tabata, I believe Scott Easer is your next witness.
Yes, Chair, thank you.
And is Mr. Easer an attendee or is he with you physically?
He is an attendee and he can be found under account name HMP1. I believe that's how it appears on your list.
Okay, so I see 2 accounts that are HMP2 and none that are HMP1. Mr. Easer, if you can hear me, please raise your hand with your digital device. There we go. I will move you up. Please enable your audio and video. Good morning, Mr. Easer.
Good morning, Chair.
While we have sworn you in once, given the good deal of time and change since we last had you, I will swear you in again. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Okay. Mr. Tabata, your witness.
Thank you, Chair. I believe when we left off that Mr. Easer was cross-examination. I have no questions for him at this time. I believe we're continuing his cross.
Okay. Apologies for that. Questions from before I see your hand, Mr. Okuda, but let me check with any of the parties. If there's no objection from the petitioner, are there questions from any of the parties?
I think the city had finished their cross-examination.
Okay. OP?
No questions from OP.
Intervener?
No, we have no questions.
Okay. Commissioners, Mr. Okuda.
Yeah, this is Gary Okuda. Good morning again, Mr. Easer. I'm going to continue where I left off, if that's okay with you.
Certainly.
Okay. You know, when we last left off, I was asking you questions about the cuts and fills that were being proposed to be made into the Oniava Hills. You know, just so that we recall what we're talking about. The proposed or estimated amount of materials that would be excavated would be 470,960 cubic yards. Is that correct?
If that is the amount that's referred to in the environmental impact statement, then yes, that is correct.
Yeah, I'm taking that from the final environmental impact statement at page 2-31. And the estimated fill amount was 413,673 cubic yards. Does that sound about right?
It does, yes.
And so the estimated amount that would be removed from the site and disposed of would be 57,287 cubic yards. Does that sound about right also?
It does.
When we left off, the question that I had pending before we took Mr. Lim out of order, you know, to accommodate his schedule, was with respect to the visual impacts of the proposed cuts into the Oniava Hills. Do you have a vague recollection of what we're talking about?
I do, Commissioner.
Okay, and I think where we left the questioning off was I asked whether or not there was something in the record which indicated or showed what the visual impact would be of having one or more 70-foot high cuts into the Oniava Hills. And I believe your response was that there's a visual analysis contained in the EIS which presents a computer simulation of what the results would be of the development of the project in that area. You know, I'm taking that from page 213 of the transcript, lines 11 to 25. Does that kind of ring a bell or refresh your recollection?
It does, yes.
And then I asked you if you could point to where in the record by page number where those computer simulations are, and that's where we kind of left off the questioning to take into the engineer's testimony. Going back to where we left off, can you identify where in the record are the computer simulations of the visual impacts of the cuts into the Oniava Hills?
The images that appear in petitioner's exhibit begin on page 4-89 and run through page 4-92. Also include page 4-94, page 4-95, and page 4-96.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, given your experience as a planner in the community, are there any other properties or parcels available on Oahu that could be developed into a cemetery of course, with the proper entitlements or boundary changes, if or boundary designations, if necessary, where you would not have to have these types of cuts made into an existing mountain?
I could not preclude that there would be other properties somewhere else on Oahu that would be suitable for cemetery development.
And you could not preclude, of course, that these other properties would not necessarily require these types of excavations or cuts into existing mountainsides, correct?
That is correct. I could not preclude that possibility.
Okay, now, with the projected amounts of excavation of material which are going to have to be removed from the site, that's the 57,287 cubic yards of materials. That would amount to a little over 3,800 dump trucks or dump truck loads if we figured 15 cubic yards per truck that would have to be hauled from Kaneohe to the PVT Nanakuli landfill, correct?
Well, that certainly would require a large number of trucks depending on the exact size of the truck. Whether they actually go to the PVT landfill or not is another question.
Okay, well, the documents that have been filed in support of this boundary amendment petition specifically state that the materials would be disposed of at the PVT landfill in Nanakuli, correct?
That is correct.
Where in the record is there any indication that the materials would be disposed anywhere else?
There's nothing in the record to date.
Okay. And in making the decision in this case, the Land Use Commission is limited to what is in the record, correct?
I understand that, yes.
Since the last hearing, or actually at any time, is there anything in the record which documents or deals with the impact or effect of having 3,800 dump truck loads going from Kaneohe, the site of the proposed expansion, to Nanakuli, to the PVT landfill?
There is a discussion of traffic impacts associated with the construction activities.
And what in the record, or what does the record state about what the traffic impacts are of trucking 3,800 plus dump truck loads from Kaneohe to Nanakuli?
The construction-related impacts are not anticipated to be significant. It's important to understand that the number of trucks that would be coming and going from the property related to removing excess material are going to happen over an 18-month time period. They're not going to happen in a week or a month. They're spread out over a significant period of time. So on any given day, there wouldn't be that many trucks leaving the property.
Is there any evidence in the record which states what the specific amount of dump truck loads per day would be?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Is there anything in the record that states the anticipated amount of days that those dump truck loads, whatever they may be, would be taking place between Kaneohe and Nanakuli?
There is no specific discussion of that. It would certainly depend on construction activities that were ongoing at any given point in time.
Okay. Now, is there anything in the record? Well, let me back up a bit again. You do agree that the PVT landfill in Nanakuli is the only landfill with a permit to take construction debris on Oahu, correct?
To my knowledge, correct.
And so, for example, if I am engaged in, let's say, a hotel renovation or like a shovel-ready project, because that seems to be what the government wants to do, and I had to dispose of construction waste or debris, the only place I could dispose of it is at the PVT landfill in Nanakuli, correct?
Construction waste, that's the only landfill that will accept construction waste.
Right, and if I have construction waste, which I cannot dispose of, what would be the effect on my construction project?
I'm not really qualified to discuss what may or may not happen with any given construction project. It would be an issue for that project.
Right, assuming that I don't illegally dump the construction waste someplace, it's going to be something that is not necessarily going to be a positive situation for me as a contractor, correct?
I would imagine it would create a problem for you.
Is there any evidence in the record that PVT has agreed to accept 52,000 plus cubic yards of excavated materials?
Not that I'm aware of. I would like to suggest that any questions you have specifically related to PVT would be better handled by our civil engineer who will be testifying later.
Okay, so I should hold all my PVT questions for the civil engineer, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but you as the planner that overlooked what the submissions were, you're familiar with what is in the record in general, correct?
In general, yes.
And given your knowledge and your supervision of what Hawaiian Memorial Park submitted with this application or request for boundary amendment, is there something in the record which indicates that PVT has agreed to accept the materials that would be excavated and removed from the Hawaiian Memorial Park expansion site if the expansion were to be approved?
Specifically to answer your question, there's nothing in the record to indicate that, but that ordinarily comes up at the time of the grading permit and review of the grading plans by the city and county.
Yeah, I understand that, but if your plan to expand the cemetery only works if you can remove the 57,000 plus cubic yards of materials, correct?
That is correct. And again, I would like to suggest that specific questions related to grading and the impacts associated with the grading be reserved for the civil engineer.
Okay, well, my last overall question just regarding PVT is, I just want to make sure whether you had any information about whether or not, you know, we have as we might colloquial say, have all our ducks in line about where the last duck is going to end up. So you can't point to anything in the record which shows that PVT has agreed to accept the excavation material, correct?
Correct.
Now, during the construction phase of the expansion of the cemetery, there will be short-term impacts, and those impacts will be significant, correct?
I don't believe we characterized impacts as significant. There will be short-term effects associated with construction.
Can you please look at your final EIS at page ES-5 and see if you can see that paragraph that starts with the phrase, significant short-term impacts are anticipated during the project's construction phase. Do you see that sentence on page?
I do. And it also indicates that in that same sentence that there will be BMPs implemented to mitigate those impacts.
Yeah, sure. And we'll get to the BMPs, which means best management practices, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, but my first question was a foundational question, whether or not there would be short-term impacts during the construction phase and whether those impacts would be significant. So will there be significant short-term impacts during the project's construction phase, or will there not be significant short-term impacts?
They are anticipated, but they will be mitigated. And that's why when you go through the analysis, you try to identify potential significant impacts and then mitigate them.
Okay, well, I was just first figuring out whether we've got significant short-term impacts. Can you please list for me what are those significant short-term impacts which are anticipated during the project's construction phase?
Again, I would like to suggest that you address your questions related to grading and construction to the civil engineer.
So are you, as the planner who supervised the submission of these documents, able to tell me in general what those significant short-term impacts are which are anticipated?
I could, yes, I can describe those in general terms.
Okay, can you please describe in general terms what those significant short-term impacts are which are anticipated?
With regard to construction, it would be runoff. It would be airborne particles, dust that might be generated by the wind, noise, and those would be the biggest impacts that I can think of in a general sense.
Okay, soil runoff has been one of the primary causes of spoiling Kaneohe Bay. Isn't that correct?
That is a long-term problem that has been identified over the course of many years, yes.
Right, and I recognize the fact that, if I recall your testimony and background correctly, you were a city and county lifeguard, so you're basically a water guy. I mean, love of the ocean. That's fair to say, right?
That is fair to say.
And at one time, Kaneohe Bay was once pristine and had coral, which some might say rivaled Haunama Bay, correct?
I can't attest to that.
Okay. Okay, well, in any event, control of runoff is important to the restoration of Kaneohe Bay. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Being that that's a matter that we should consider, can you point to where in the record there is a calculation of the probable amount of the potential runoff from the estimated excavation of the 479,000 plus cubic yards of material?
There's a section in the EIS related to water quality. And
is there a calculation there of the probable amount of the potential runoff?
Yes, yes, there is.
What page is that at, please?
There's in section 3.712, there's a discussion of surface flow water rates. Section 3.8 has a discussion on water quality. Section 3.81 has a description of existing conditions in Kava Stream. And there's a following very detailed discussion of the Lipalu watershed and contributions that go into Kava Stream that wind up in Kaneohe Bay. Section 3.812 has a section on water quality sampling that was done. We also have a testifier that will appear before you after my testimony, that is a water quality expert that conducted a very exhaustive study of runoff in Kava Stream and associated with this project, and a historic overview of the condition and quality of the water within Kava Stream and Kaneohe Bay, and the impacts that are anticipated as a result of this project to affect Kava Stream and Kaneohe Bay. And he can describe in great detail his work, his analysis, and his recommendations.
Okay, but I'm looking for something a little bit more narrow and specific. And I read through those materials, and sometimes when I read through these sections, you know, I might miss something. So I'm trying to find out, is there a specific estimated cubic yard estimate of the amount of cubic yards of material which is anticipated to run off into Kaneohe Bay from this construction?
There is a description of the anticipated sediment load that would reach Kava Stream and Kaneohe Bay that is included in the water quality analysis that was performed by our water quality expert.
And what is the load that is anticipated to come off of the site during construction?
I don't have that information at my fingertips right now, and I think the water quality consultant would be best suited to answer that question.
Okay, sure. Okay, I will hold those questions then until we get to the water quality consultant. Now, are there any endangered species on the property for which this boundary amendment is being asked to apply to?
Yes.
What endangered species or species are in the proposed expansion area or on the parcel?
The Hawaiian black-line damselfly.
Okay, besides the damselfly that you so identified, are there any other endangered species on the property?
Not that come to mind, no.
And this damselfly that you have identified is protected by federal law, correct?
It is recognized as an endangered species by federal law, yes.
Can you please tell me, and I'm not asking for a legal opinion, I'm just asking for your understanding as a planner, what does federal law require when a species like the damselfly has been identified to be on a parcel of property?
There are different layers that are associated with how that works. And in this case, because we do not have something that's referred to as a federal nexus, the Federal Endangered Species Act does not kick in, so you do not have to undergo consultation at a federal level with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So there are no federal permits, but there is an obligation and a requirement to protect the endangered species and its habitat.
And even though there is no necessary, or you state that there's no requirement for permitting, the Federal Fish and Wildlife Services did raise concerns about the proposed cemetery expansion, correct?
They did, yes.
And that was contained in their letter dated October 23, 2018, which I believe you submitted as Appendix A-2 to the final environmental impact statement. Does that sound about right?
I would imagine it does, yes.
And one of the concerns that the Fish and Wildlife Service raised was that the expansion of the cemetery would be immediately detrimental to the integrity and potential long-term survival of the damselfly. Isn't that true? That's one of their concerns, of this immediate detrimental effect to the integrity and potential long-term survival of the damselfly?
If they put it in their letter, then I would assume that is a concern for them.
Yeah, you might take a look at page 3 of the letter, and if later on you disagree that that's what they said, then you can point it out and then we can go back to that letter. And if you want, I can read that paragraph, but I'll represent to you the letter does state that the service believed there would be this immediate detrimental effect. May I ask you this? Is there any document in the record that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has modified or withdrawn its stated concern about this immediate detrimental effect to the integrity and potential long-term survival of the endangered species, the damselfly?
Not to my knowledge, but I would also recommend that if you have specific questions related to the damselfly habitat and the impact of the project to the damselfly and its habitat, that those would best be discussed by our entomologist, Dr. Stephen Montgomery.
Okay, I may do so. I'm just trying to find out whether or not there's been any change in the position of the federal service. That's basically the point of these questions. Do you know of any evidence in the record which indicates that the service's concern about this immediate detrimental effect to the integrity and potential long-term survival of the damselfly, whether that opinion by the service is not correct?
I'm not sure I understand your question. Are you asking me whether I agree with their assessment or that it's correct that they've said that?
Yeah, I'm sorry for not being clear. The service is saying that it believes that the project will be or have an immediate detrimental effect to the damselfly. My question is there anything in the record, and if you can identify that by page number, which shows that that opinion by the service is not correct?
I have no other evidence in the record that shows that the service may have changed their position.
Yeah, I'm not asking for them changing their position. I'm asking for evidence in the record which shows that their position is wrong.
Thank you for clarifying that, Commissioner. We do believe that that statement presented by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is not correct, and we will have that fully covered in future testimony by our entomologist, Dr. Stephen Montgomery.
Okay, so I'll just maybe wait on the damselfly questions for your entomologist. Would that be a better person to ask about that?
It would, thank you.
Mr. Okuda, if I may,
Yes.
Commissioner.
Yes.
Though I would draw a differentiation between the expertise of the entomologist on biological questions versus any policy or legally permit-related questions.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. If you can just bear with me, I'm trying to skip over the entomology questions then. Mr. Easer, if we could turn to the conservation easement and the cultural preserve. The last time there were some questions, there was a question about whether or not there was in fact an agreement with the Hawaiian Island Land Trust about the specific terms and conditions as far as what would be part of this conservation easement. Do you recall those questions?
I do recall those questions.
Yeah, I think I asked somebody whether or not Hawaiian Memorial Park or its parent SCI and the Hawaiian Island Land Trust have or have not a agreement as to the specific terms and conditions as far as what the terms and conditions would be of the conservation easement. And is there an agreement as of today about what the specific terms and conditions would be of the conservation easement, or is there no specific agreement?
There is no agreement at this time.
Has the Hawaiian Island Land Trust agreed in writing to acquire and hold the conservation easement? And when I use the term acquire and hold, I mean to use that phrase as it is used in HRS Chapter 198, which deals with conservation easements. So is there an agreement in writing with HILT for it to acquire and hold the conservation easement?
Not at this time, no.
Is there even an oral agreement with HILT to acquire and hold the conservation easement?
There is no agreement for them to acquire and hold.
Is there an agreement, whether oral or writing, with any other entity which meets the qualifications of HRS section 198-3? That's a section which spells out or describes what entities are qualified to acquire and hold a conservation easement. Is there any agreement, oral or written, with any other such entity that qualifies under HRS section 198-3 to acquire and hold the conservation easement which is being proposed by the petitioner in this boundary amendment petition?
At this time, there is not, and I would suggest to the commissioner that any specific questions you have regarding the conservation easement should be addressed to the petitioner, Mr. Morford.
Okay, but okay, I understand that. Maybe I'll hold those questions also. But let me ask you this, since you were the planner in charge of submitting this application to the commission. If we looked at HRS section 198-2, parent, small d, closed parent, that's the section that describes generally the content or substance of a conservation easement. And what that section states, and I quote, parent, small d, closed parent, the particular characteristics of a conservation easement shall be those granted or specified in the instrument creating or transferring the easement. Can you tell me where in the record, even if there is no agreement, where the particular characteristics of the conservation easement, which is being thought of to be proposed or granted in the future, where those particular characteristics are listed or stated?
As I suggested, there are no particulars at this time for the easement. Again, I would suggest that any specific questions you have regarding the easement should be addressed and answered by Mr. Morford, the petitioner.
Okay, and would that also be with respect to the specifics of the cultural preserve?
The cultural preserve will be addressed by Dr. Tricia Watson, another testifier later on.
Okay, I'll hold most of my questions for her, but may I ask you this, Mr. Easer? Is there anything in the record which specifically states what the specific terms and conditions of the cultural preserve will be?
At this time, no.
Is there anything in the record which indicates whether or not the cultural preserve or the grantee of the cultural preserve or the grant of the cultural preserve, is that going to be in a form of an easement, a deed, or some other type of land transfer document, or maybe no land transfer document?
It is my understanding that the cultural preserve will be included as part of the conservation easement, but the cultural preserve itself would be managed by the Ko'olapoko Civic Club under the auspices of the conservation easement.
Where in the record does it state that the cultural preserve will be, the provisions of the cultural preserve will be included in the conservation easement?
I know it's in the final environmental impact statement. It is in Appendix K on page 160 of Appendix K.
Has the Kolau Poko Hawaiian Civic Club agreed in writing to be the manager of the property under the conservation easement?
Again, I think that question should best be addressed to Dr. Watson.
Well, can you point to anything in the record which indicates that the Kolau Poko Hawaiian Civic Club has agreed to be the manager under the conservation easement?
At this moment, I can't point to that. I don't know. I think it would be, again, a question best addressed to Dr. Watson.
Okay, so maybe I should hold the questions about the cultural preserve for Dr. Watson.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. Let me see if I can skip over some of these points here. Well, this is related to it, but you tell me whether I should ask Dr. Watson about this. But who or which entity will be responsible for health and safety issues which may occur within the cultural preserve?
That would be best addressed to Dr. Watson.
Okay. Who would be responsible for health and safety issues of property which are subject to the conservation easement?
I don't know. That could be a question you address to the petitioner and or to Dr. Watson.
Okay. Who would be responsible for maintenance within the conservation easement?
You know, those are issues that would be addressed at the time the specific details of the conservation easement are written, and those have not been written yet.
And it's possible when you start putting out some of these details about responsibility, the Hawaii Island Land Trust or the Kolau Poko Hawaiian Civic Club, or maybe both of them, might decide to decline to be part of this because of responsibilities, correct?
I couldn't address that. And, you know, just again, just to be clear, I'll leave it at that. I couldn't answer that question for either of for any entity that might be part of that agreement in the future.
Okay, but anyway, I should address these questions to the petitioner or Dr. Watson, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let me see if I can then skip over these questions I had written regarding that. Can you give us any information about what the specific discussions were with the Hawaii Island Land Trust or the Kolau Poko Hawaiian Civic Club about the substance of either the conservation easement or the cultural preserve?
No, I can't. And again, that would be better addressed by the petitioner and Dr. Watson.
Okay. Well, then let me go to a more broader question regarding the basis for properties being in conservation zone. You did hear the testimony of Mr. Lim about what the foreseeability of injury or death from rockfall would be in the expanded cemetery area, correct?
Yes.
And so you recall that when I asked Mr. Lim the question, and my question was, and I quote, "It's foreseeable that people could be going into the expanded cemetery area to visit their loved ones, and they might be fatally injured or seriously injured by doing so, correct?" And the witness answered, "That is correct. Nothing in life is guaranteed." Is that your recollection of his testimony? And I'm quoting from page 224 of the transcript, lines 1 through 21. Is that your recollection of what he testified?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, backing up a bit, Mr. Lim was testifying about the area which is going to be the expanded cemetery, correct?
I don't recollect exactly what that question referred to, whether it was in the expanded cemetery or whether you were referring to the cultural preserve.
Well, let me read the question here. Wait one moment, please. See, Commissioner Okuda, this is the question by me, and let me read from the transcript directly. Commissioner Okuda, so in other words, you're contemplating that it's foreseeable that people could be going into the expanded cemetery area to visit their loved ones, and they might be fatally injured or seriously injured by doing so, comma, correct? Question mark. The witness, that is correct. Nothing in life is guaranteed. And that's from the transcript, page 224, lines 1 through 21. So you agree the question dealt with people going into the expanded cemetery area, correct?
It appears so.
And your engineer, who you rely on for his expertise, testified that it is foreseeable that they could be fatally injured or seriously injured by going into that area, correct?
It appears that was his response.
And in fact, isn't it true that your engineers, Geolabs, Geolabs, stated that in fact there's a greater risk for potential rockfall encroachment in the area that's going to be subject to the conservation easement or the cultural preserve?
I don't recollect that.
Well, let me see if I can just read a very short portion from the Geolabs report, which is section 3.1 at page 15, and see if that helps your recollection. And I quote, "The greater risk for potential rockfall encroachment involves the subvalley at the far northeastern portion of the project site where the cultural preservation area is proposed. Based on our reconnaissance, this portion of the project site may have at least a moderate potential for potentially dangerous rockfall activity. The greater risk and hazard is due to the large number and large size of existing boulder deposits encountered on the lower elevation slopes within the proposed cultural preservation area. The existing boulder deposits and their depositional characteristics suggest evidence for significant older rockfall events with deposits that reside within the proposed cultural preservation area. In addition, there appears to be a more frequent occurrence of widely scattered large block, high relief, massive rock outcroppings that could represent potential rockfall source materials on the higher elevation slopes above the cultural preservation subvalley. And again, that's from section 3.1 of the GeoLabs report at page 15. Does that refresh your recollection about the fact that there is increased or greater risk of serious bodily injury or potential fatal injury in the cultural preserve area?
If you have, specific questions related to rockfall hazard and rockfall impact and potential rockfall, I am not an expert in rockfall hazard, and I believe that those questions should be addressed by Mr. Lim.
Okay, but the documents you presented shows that rockfall mitigation measures will be taken above the area of the cemetery expansion, but no such mitigation efforts will be taken above or with respect to the cultural preserve area, correct?
Commissioner Okuda,
Yes.
if I may, just one moment. We've been going now about another hour, and I'm not at all trying to suggest that you cut short your questioning, but I want to get to a natural breaking point.
Okay, that's fine. This is a good point.
Okay. Do you want to answer that question and then we'll take a break?
I believe Commissioner Okuda's observation is correct.
Okay, thank you. Chair, we can continue after the break.
You'd like to, okay, continue after the break. It is now 11:12. Commissioner Okuda, do you anticipate that you will need longer than a half hour to conclude your questioning of Mr. Easer?
I hope not, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we will, it is 11:12 by my clock. We will reconvene at 11:22 and continue with questioning of Mr. Easer. Thank you very much.
I can't hear you when you're whispering.
Okay, it's 11:22. We're back on the record.
See Nancy. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Wong.
We're looking for Commissioner Cabral.
Oh. Commissioner Cabral, if you can hear us. Commissioner Higashi.
I just wanted to make a comment that during these changing times, there are things that still stay the same.
Commissioner Cabral, sorry, everybody who is participating or watching. We are waiting for Commissioner Cabral to come back to her screen. There we are. Welcome back, Commissioner Cabral. We can resume. And it is the questioning of Mr. Easer by Commissioner Okuda.
This is Gary Okuda. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Easer, as far as matters regarding hazards from rockfall, you would defer to your engineer, Mr. Lim, and his company, Geolabs. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Were you present when Mr. Lim gave testimony about leaving certain properties in conservation? And just so that I'm clear, let me read from line 22 of the transcript at page 224 to line 2 at page 225. Question: that's correct. Nothing in life is guaranteed, but isn't it true that that's one of the purposes of having real property designated conservation, so that we don't invite people to go into dangerous areas? And the witness's reply was, in general, that is true. Do you recall Mr. Lim giving such testimony at the last hearing?
I do not recall that. I was not in the room for the entirety of the testimony.
Okay. Well, assuming that I have accurately read that portion of the transcript, do you disagree with Mr. Lim's testimony that one of the purposes of having real property designated conservation is so that we don't invite people to go into dangerous areas?
Could you ask that question again, please?
Do you agree with Mr. Lim's testimony that it is generally true that one of the reasons why we have or we leave property designated conservation is so that we don't invite people to go into dangerous areas?
I'm not really sure how to answer that question, and the conservation district rules are complex.
Do you want to rephrase, Commissioner Okuda?
Yeah, let me try one more time. Mr. Easer, I'm just looking at what Mr. Lim testified to. Do you disagree with his testimony in any way?
I'm not in a position to disagree with Mr. Lim's testimony, and I believe that if you have further questions regarding rockfall hazards or Mr. Lim's testimony, it should be directed to Mr. Lim.
Yeah, at this point in time, I have no problem with his testimony. I'm just trying to find out whether you disagree. But anyway, let me move on. Isn't it true that even within the cultural preserve area, there is anticipation that there will be burials?
That has been represented in the environmental impact statement. That is correct.
And in fact, a resolution of the Association of Hawaiian Civic Clubs was submitted as Exhibit 26 to the petitioner's presentation. Is that true?
I would believe that that is accurate, yes.
And on page 2 of the resolution, there is a whereas clause which states, and I quote, "Whereas the landowner has begun meetings with the Hawaiian Island Land Trust and the Kolapoko Hawaiian Civic Club to plan for establishment of the cultural preserve, including the setting aside of 100 native Hawaiian burial spaces." Does that sound like I read that provision of the resolution which was submitted as part of Exhibit 26 to the Commission? Does it sound like I read it accurately?
I would assume so, yes. But any questions regarding any conversations that may have been had regarding burials in the cultural preserve should be directed to the petitioner, Mr. Morford.
Okay, but in any event, again, you were supervising the submission of the exhibits to the commission, so you're aware of this statement in the resolution, correct?
Yes, I am.
So as a professional planner, does that raise any concern about public safety to you that there would be 100 Native Hawaiian burials in the cultural preserve area, which is not going to be having any rockfall mitigation measures done? Does that raise any concern about public safety to you?
Not necessarily. It would depend on the location of where the burials are in relation to where there might be perceived hazards associated with rockfall.
So do you have a concern, or you don't have a concern, or you don't know at this point in time?
I do not have a concern with respect to the burials.
So do you foresee any risk of bodily injury, including death, to people coming on to the cultural preserve area where the Geolabs report itself has indicated a higher risk of rockfall hazard, and where your petition indicates there'll be no mitigation efforts? Do you see any foreseeable risk of bodily injury or death?
Again, that is a question that is better directed to Mr. Lim and his area of expertise.
Is there anything in the record which indicates whether there will be charges, a fee charged, cost with respect to these Native Hawaiian burials or Native Hawaiian burial spaces in the cultural preserve? I mean, is it going to be done for free? Is there going to be a charge? How much would the charge be? Is there anything in the record that deals with disclosure of those facts?
Not to my knowledge, but again, any questions related to those burials should be directed to the petitioner, Mr. Morford.
Do you believe you have any knowledge or expertise with respect to conservation easements?
No, I do not.
Let me try to then skip over some of my other questions regarding the cultural preserve, since I guess I'm going to have to go and reserve my questions for some other witness. Now, the statute, HRS section 205-2, parent, small e, close parent, describes what areas shall be in conservation districts, correct?
Assuming your citation is accurate, I would say yes.
Yeah, and let me quote the beginning part of section 205-2, parent, small e, close parent. And I quote, conservation districts shall include areas necessary for, and then it goes on with a description. So the beginning part of that statute uses the word shall. Do you agree?
Could you repeat the, if you have the, that section of the HRS available and could make that available by screen share, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, sorry, I can't because I'm running this off of my iPad. Well, let me ask the question this way. Assuming that I accurately read the first sentence in section 205-2E, the word shall or when the legislature uses the word shall, S-H-A-L-L, that's a mandatory command from the legislature. Do you agree with that?
That is the legal construct of the term, as I understand it.
Okay, and if you could just bear with me a bit, because, you know, since we're dealing with a request to redesignate land from the conservation district, it's probably important we focus in on the statute. And it says, conservation districts shall include areas necessary for protecting watersheds and water sources, semicolon, preserving scenic and historic areas, semicolon, providing parklands, wilderness, and beach reserves, semicolon, conserving indigenous or endemic plants, fish, and wildlife, including those which are threatened or endangered, semicolon, preventing floods and soil erosion, semicolon, forestry, semicolon, open space areas whose existing openness, natural condition, or present state of use, if retained, would enhance the present or potential value of abutting or surrounding communities, or would maintain or enhance the conservation of natural or scenic resources. And there's, the statute continues on about recreation areas and things like that. Okay. May I ask you this? Can you please identify where in the record there's evidence that the parcel at question here does not meet the standards set forth for conservation designation as set forth in HRS section 205-2E?
I'm not sure I'm really clear on what you're asking me to respond to.
Okay, can you point to where in the record there is an analysis that the parcel of property that we're dealing with here shouldn't belong in the conservation district? And when I say should belong according to the standards set forth in the statute, which I just quoted.
Well, in the final EIS in chapter 6, there's a lengthy discussion about the relationship of the property to the conservation district and how the project is consistent with the opportunity to remove the land from the conservation district and put it into the urban district.
Okay. Anything else in the record? Or it's basically chapter 6?
I believe it is chapter 6.
Would the Oniava Hills be more scenic with the cuts or without the proposed excavations and cuts?
That's a subjective analysis, and in its broadest context, and we were very aggressive in our analysis of the impact of the proposed cemetery on the hillside and the surrounding areas with respect to visual impacts. From a distance, the area would look green as it appears to look now. From most areas in and around the proposed cemetery expansion, most of the cemetery expansion area would not be visible. So the activity, the construction activities would be limited to the lower slopes of the hillside, and the majority of the hillside would be left intact. There may be some who object to any change to the hillside. And again, in a larger context and understanding that visual analysis is subjective, it would be my opinion that the visual impacts would be minimal.
Okay. And let me ask this question, because this seems to be something that recent decisions of the Hawaii Supreme Court seem to be alluding to, and that's the provision of Constitutional Article 11, Section 1. And if I can just read it so that we know where, what context my questions are at. The section of the Constitution states, and I quote, "For the benefit of present and future generations, the state and its political subdivisions shall conserve and protect Hawaii's natural beauty and all natural resources, including land, water, air, minerals, and energy sources, and shall promote the development and utilization of these resources in a manner consistent with their conservation and in furtherance of the self-sufficiency of the state." Does it sound like I read that section of the Constitution correctly?
Without your putting it on share screen, I would have to assume that you read it correctly.
Okay, well, I'm sure if I didn't, somebody will point that out. Now, during the hearing on the environmental impact statement, there was testimony that the gross revenues which would come from sales and operations in the what's now the conservation zoned area, if it were redesignated urban, could move into the area of $500 million, meaning 500 million. Do you recall that testimony?
Not completely, but again, you know, if you have questions related to the market aspects or the financial feasibility of the project, those should be directed to Mr. Morford or our marketing consultant.
Yeah, well, this is not just marketing or things like that. This goes to basically the fundamental planning issue, which is whether or not we're complying with the overall requirements of the Hawaii Constitution, specifically the issue of self-sufficiency. May I ask you this? Is there anything in the record which indicates what percentage of this $500 million will remain in the state of Hawaii?
Again, I think that your questions regarding the financial aspects of the project should be directed to Mr. Morford, and another one of our witnesses, Dr. Watson, is prepared to address questions related to the state constitution.
Okay, but I'm asking about documentation which you supervised and submitted. Is there anything in the documentation or evidence that you submitted or supervised to be submitted to the Land Use Commission which indicates how much of this $500 million is going to remain in the community?
I do not know, and I'm not quite sure that the petitioner is the source of that number.
Well, just so that the record is clear, let me read from page 120 of the transcript of that EIS hearing, lines 13 to 22. And this was my question. So, I mean, is it reasonable to say that Hawaiian Memorial Park Limited expects to earn gross revenues of over $500 million from sales and operations in the conservation zone area, or you can't tell one way or the other? Question. Answer by the witness, I believe that was Mr. Morford. I think that is rather high, but I think that its potential for a total of 28 acres spread out over time, I think there is a possibility that you could move upwards into that much money, comma, yes. So I'm basing my question on testimony that Hawaiian Memorial Park previously gave under oath. So is there something in the documents that have been submitted as part of the record which indicates how much of this potential $500 million is going to remain in the community?
Honestly, I do not know. And again, if you have any questions regarding that line of inquiry, I think Mr. Morford is better situated to answer those questions.
But whether or not money remains in the community or is taken out of the community, that does go to the issue of self-sufficiency, correct?
The question of self-sufficiency is quite broad and includes a number of factors other than economic considerations.
But it also includes consideration of whether we are trading some of our natural resources for money, and whether that money is going to remain in the community, correct?
I cannot answer that question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no further questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Okuda. Are there further questions for Mr. Easer from any of the commissioners? Seeing none, Mr. Tabata, do you wish to redirect?
There's no redirect. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Mr. Easer, I think you are excused.
Thank you, Chair.
And we will go on to your next, well, talk to me a little bit, Mr. Tabata, about your next witnesses and what you think we might cover sometime between now and 12:15, 12:30.
Our next witness is Tom Holliday. He's our market and econ expert. I would hope that he will finish by 12:30, but I can make no promises. His direct exam should last no more than 15 minutes.
Should I instead direct the question of length to Commissioner Okuda?
I'm not sure how much questions I would have regarding him,
okay.
Mr. Chair.
Let's proceed with Mr. Holliday. Let me admit him into the room. I saw him in the audience earlier.
Chair, if I may.
Yes.
As just for administrative matters,
yes.
Some of our witnesses are at a specific location, at one location, and they will be under that HMP2 designation. And some witnesses are remote and listed under their names. Mr. Holliday is listed under his name, Tom Holliday.
I have admitted him and he is with us. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Holliday. Nice to see you again. Oh, I think you are muted. I'm unmuting you. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. So I'm going to swear you in and then we'll allow you to be questioned by the petitioner and then crossed by the others. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Please proceed, Mr. Tabata.
Thank you, Chair. Tom, could you please describe for us your professional background?
Absolutely. But first, could I do something? I've wanted to do this really badly. It's a pleasure to see y'all, and then take off your mask, because I've been watching 100 different press conferences of people walking up and doing that. And so thank you for letting me live my COVID fantasy. All right. My name is Thomas W. Holliday. I am a director for CBRE Honolulu Valuation and Advisory Services. I have been a real estate economist and appraiser in the state of Hawaii for over 40 years, beginning with becoming a charter member of the Hallstrom Appraisal Group in 1980. I am designated as a counselor of real estate by the National Board of Realtors, which is a peer-reviewed designation, not easily achieved, one of only a dozen in Hawaii. I am also a fellow in the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors, the oldest and most prestigious real estate society on the planet. And it's very hard to beat. I'm one of only like a dozen in the country that have both those designations. Now, I've been working on virtually every major project in Hawaii for decades. I am considered a top hotel appraiser in the state by the financial institutions here. And I've testified before this August Commission on many times.
Thank you, Tom. Chair, petitioner requests that Mr. Holliday be qualified as an expert in the field of real estate market assessment and economic impacts.
Are there any objections from the parties?
No objections from the state.
No objections from the city.
No objections from the interveners.
Commissioners? Seeing none, Mr. Holliday so admitted.
Okay.
Thank you. Excuse me, Tom, if I may. I'm going to ask you to please summarize your written testimony. And as a reminder, I'm asking you to please not talk too quickly. Our court reporter has to be able to take down your testimony for the transcript. Please proceed and summarize your testimony.
Thank you very much. And that's a history of me testifying before SLU as I speak too fast. So I will try not to in this instance. I will be speaking to my original study, which is Appendix B to Petitioners Exhibit 6, the Interveners Exhibit 15, and then our Exhibit 59, which is a couple of revised tables. I have to say the interveners did find a discrepancy in how the correlations in the numbers worked. It was minor. It doesn't impact our conclusions in any meaningful way. There's still huge demand for the property, but we wanted to correct it to make sure only what is working in the model is presented before the board. So I'd like to start with saying memorial parks, cemeteries, graveyards, burial sites, they're a land use. And just as residential, commercial, or resort. And they're a land use that the community needs to provide. It's considered a fundamental land use. It's a use found in virtually every society in the history of mankind. In fact, the only way we know about many ancient societies is by coming across their burial sites. So we have thousands and thousands of monuments, of cemeteries, of cathedrals, all dedicated to how we consecrate those who pass on before us. There's a broad spectrum of ways in
Mr.
which
Holliday, slow down.
Too fast?
Slow down.
Okay.
I appreciate your enthusiasm, but make sure to slow down for our court reporter.
Okay, thank you. There are a broad spectrum of ways in which the dead are consecrated in our society. And it's based on religious, cultural, ethnic, and other traditions. Oahu is a highly complex community with a melange of major religious, cultural, and ethnic groups. And so burial practices in Hawaii have to be provided for on a vast scale of opportunity, a broad spectrum, to be able to cater to and provide the consecration opportunities as our community sees fit. You can't fit them all into some narrow demand. The demand is huge, and the right to practice it is guaranteed in the First Amendment. So given that it's a land use, our job was, like every land use, to figure out, is there a market demand for it? And if there is a market demand, is there supply, and is it an appropriate location? So to cut to the chase, we basically had three questions to answer within our market analysis. One, how many people are going to die on Oahu over the coming 2 decades? 2, what's going to happen to their bodies? And 3, where are we going to put them? So our study tried to address those 3 questions from a market perspective. The next parts of our study, economic impact and fiscal benefits, are modeling we've done and presented many times before the board. So at this point in time, I'd like to take the share screen option. Should I just go ahead and click on that? Chair?
Sorry, we had not prepared for this possibility. What is it?
Okay. I see the link is alive to share screen. Do I dare press on it?
What is it? Can you repeat what it is you wish to share?
I have tables, a handful of tables from our report that demonstrate what we did and how we accomplished that. And so I would just like kind of to run through a few of them in order to support where we're coming from and to tell you where the numbers came from.
And you're able to refer to the specific portion of each exhibit when you're doing so?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So can I try to click on the shared screen?
Yes.
See what happens. Okay. Okay.
Tom, if you could please state exhibit number of the document.
Sure. I'm trying to call up tables, selected tables from Appendix B, Petitioner's Exhibit 6. And so is that visible? I don't know.
What we are seeing is Table 5, Scenario 2, maximum forecast Oahu deaths 2018.
Okay.
And now it's switching.
Okay. So these are tables that you'll see that come from Exhibit B to Petitioner Exhibit 6.
Okay,
and they're numbered this way in the addenda of that exhibit, and all of them are presented. And again, the goal here is just to show you the steps in our process, not to belabor anything. So this is, the first table shows the island of Oahu historic death rates from 1997 through 2017. And you'll see that the compounded growth rate changes both for the population, the resident deaths, and deaths as a percent of populations. And it's those compounded annual growth rates that caused some problems in the model that need to be corrected. But the idea is that currently there's about 8,000 deaths or so a year, or at least we did the study in 2017. And so these are based on State of Hawaii data book and discussions with the State of Hawaii Health Department and DBEDT. So having the historic number of deaths, we can project the future. So Table 5, which is also from our original study, is the maximum projection of deaths. So we project the population, the deaths, and so we end up with resident forecast deaths. And so using historic data and state DBEDT population projections, and we can project the number of probable deaths till 2040. And remember that number on the bottom there, 245,130. You'll see that again in the study. But on a maximum basis, that's the number of deaths that we project through the year 2040. Well, that is the first part of our question. The second part of the question is what's going to happen to the bodies. And this is a table.
You're going to refer to the exhibit number again?
Sure. Table 6 from Exhibit B, Petitioner's Exhibit 6.
Thank you.
And this is from the State of Hawaii Health Department as reported in the data book, how deaths are disposed of in Hawaii historically. And you'll see there's burials, cremations, some are removed out of state, some are medical donations, and then there's others. But the two primary ways of disposition are burials and cremations. And if you look at the numbers trending, cremations have become a larger part over the years. But if you look at the most recent years of data, 2013, 14, and 15, at the time we did our study, it's relatively stable. 21, 22% are buried, and 72 to 73% are cremation. So,
excuse me, Tom. Tom, but
yes.
just maybe if you can use your cursor as a pointer.
Oh, okay, sure.
Point in time,
So,
that may help.
Sure. So if you look here, 2013, 14, and 15, those were the most recent data years we had available for study. You can see there was a type of stabilization here in the percentage of dispositions that were burials, and it's kind of flattening out recently in cremations. But together, these two columns comprise about 92 to 94% of dispositions. So we're focusing on those. Burials, we know, means putting them in the ground. Cremations, there's a variety of how cremations are. So we're going to look at what happens to the disposition of the bodies. Next is Table 9, also from Appendix B, Petitioner's Exhibit C. This is the division of how cremations are. And you'll notice total deaths, down here the number, 245,000 is projected. That was from an earlier table. And then cremations are going to be about 186,000. So of the cremations, some ashes are scattered, some are disposed of other ways, like putting an urn on the mantle, and then others are interred, with the majority being interred cremations. Now, ashes are scattered. There is no definitive compilation by the state of Hawaii, by the Undertakers Association, or whatever, on what percentage of cremations in Hawaii have their ashes scattered. Nationwide, it's up to 30–35%. But comparing that to Hawaii, you must understand that on the mainland, cremation has grown as a proportion of dispositions, not because of religious or cultural reasons. Matter of fact, it's in the spite of that, but because it's the least expensive way to dispose of a body. And so scattering of ashes and cremation has been adopted by an increasing number of people on the mainland for financial reasons. However, that's not true in Hawaii. In Hawaii, cremation is not something new, it's something ancient. And it's part of many of our cultures that we have over here, particularly those of the Buddhist and Shinto variety. And they don't scatter the ashes, they inter them for future veneration. So we have assumed from 12 to 18% of cremations in Hawaii will have their ashes scattered, but that the majority will still be interred. So we come up from the $245,000 number, which is the total projected deaths on Oahu, that approximately 158,000 seen here will be interred.
Tom,
we have
Tom, can you enlarge the document, please?
Enlarge it?
Enlarge it, please.
It's my full screen now. I do not know how to do that. I apologize. But it's on my full screen mode. I'm not sure. If somebody has a suggestion, I'm open to it.
If it's a PDF reader, then usually there's a plus or minus control.
Well, I'll try, but once you expand it into the,
I think that's better.
I'll do it, but I think once I expand it into the full screen, let's see, it's back to where it was. So I apologize, but anyway, so the next one, Table 10, this is actually revised. It's from Exhibit 59. And again, what happened I had to make the model, code the model myself. Extensive market studies for cemeteries are not common in America. Throughout CBRE's international system, we didn't have models, nor was I able to find them in any industry site or any mortuary or undertaker site. So I had to write the program myself. And what happens is the variables started growing at different speeds. And by the time they got out to 2040, they had lost some cohesion. The interveners pointed that out. So this is a corrected table. And this is, so total burials. So we have total deaths, and you see that $245,000 number before. We have the less cremations, total cremations, and then there's a number of burials. So this is corrected to show the cremations aspect and then taking out the burials. So we come to table 12. And table 12, this is also a replacement table contained in Exhibit 59. And so it's corrected to be correlatable across all the numbers. So the pertinent numbers here are the number of interred cremations plus the projected number of burials. And you'll see on a minimum basis, that's projected 173,000 over till 2040. And on a maximum basis, it's 207,000 to 2040. From that total, you have to deduct burial plots that have been purchased but are unused, and we estimate there's about 50,000 of those. People who are going to be buried in veteran cemeteries, Oahu residents that are going to be interred on other islands, and that's becoming common as it becomes cheaper. Particularly, there's several cemeteries in Hilo that Oahu residents get put over to. And from those, we can deduce how many net demand for additional burial spaces are on Oahu. And on a minimum basis, that's 103,000. On a maximum basis, 138,000. And the midpoint is 120,000. So the demand is pretty easy to quantify. The next question is, given that there's this huge demand, what's the supply available? So table 14 is another table, and the last that we revised based upon some of the input from the intervener. And this is a new table, but the only difference is from what's presented in the report on table 14 in Appendix B, Petitioners Exhibit 6, is the highlighting in the footnote. There are only 16,500 burial spots, interment spots on Oahu at present, outside Hawaii Memorial Park. As we see, the midpoint demands for 120,000. So we are short by some 104,000 burial spaces on Oahu over the coming 20 years. Now, there are some proposed, they're highlighted in yellow, but those do not exist. And I want to stress that point. They do not exist, and they may never exist. And these numbers show if they built out to a maximum, which never happens, and that if they're built by 2040, which we don't believe is going to happen. So on the best case scenario from competing supply, there would be 89,000 additional spaces, but frankly, the assumption that they are going to happen by 2040 is beyond a risky assumption. It's almost unsupportable, because all of those projects, in order to achieve those proposed levels, have to go through the entitlement process. Some of them have soils concerns, topography concerns, wetlands concerns. It'll take millions of dollars of infrastructure to be achieved. So there is no reason to say that this proposed supply is somehow absolutely going to be competitive in the marketplace with the proposed Hawaii Memorial Park expansion, which is the only major project that is moving forward on a quick pace. And as an example, on the bottom is the Hawaii Kai Cemetery. It was approved in 2001 and has never been built. And despite the growth economic boom of 2006-07, it wasn't built. Despite the economic boom of the last 4 or 5 years, it hasn't been built. And to this day, the only thing the site has been used for was to dump construction fill in under a single permit that the Department of Planning granted in 2015. And so that project is on hold and probably may never exist. So the point to make is that even if somehow under the worst case scenario, all of these were provided on the market, it would still only be 105,000, which is not enough to meet midpoint demand and certainly not enough to meet maximum demand. Now, given this, the typical 2 ways a market study moves from these data, supply-demand data, to conclusion are based upon gross comparison, 1. And so the demand is for 120,000 midpoint additional burial spaces. And there's only 16,500 on the market that are HMP. So obviously on a gross basis, there is an enormous quantified demand. The next basis, which I'll show, this is table 16 from Appendix B to Petitioner's Exhibit 6. This is the typical way you look at demand. And we haven't revised this table. It should be nominally revised, but the outcome is still inevitable, is that HMP has proven it's competitive in the marketplace. Hawaii Memorial Park has garnered a 30 to 40% share of the market of burials in Oahu for decades. It's in a great location. It's beautiful. It's relatively close to town. It's easily accessible. It's a wonderful facility. There's no reason not to believe it can't capture 30 or 40% of the market. And so with 120,000 more burials needed, spaces needed as a midpoint, there's no reason to expect that HMP can't get a market share of 30 to 40% or some 35 to 50,000 of that demand. We also look at it as appraisers. We're the only ones who look at it on a residual basis, because in the valuation business, investors and lending institutions are always asking what's the absolute worst case. So we also have, unfortunately, I don't have the table here, but we also do residual analysis where we plot the worst case imaginable. And the worst case imaginable is that, as you see here, all of these proposed burial spaces are built, which is a nearly impossible assumption that they'll all be built over the next 20 years. Again, that's an incredibly assumption to make, and that they will all receive total 100% market shares before Hawaii Memorial Park gets any share. And even under those totally worst case assumptions, the demand for spaces, remember, is 103 to 145,000. So even if you assume all of these are built, and all of them are built in a timely manner, which is not going to happen. So on a worst case scenario, you could say, oh, the minimum amount of demand may be met, but it certainly won't meet midpoint or maximum demand levels. We're still going to be short, even under the very worst case scenarios where all of the competition gets built, is put on the market, and gets a full market share before Hawaii Memorial Park. So no matter how you look at it,
Mr. Holliday, can I ask you where you're going?
Sure. No, I'm done with the market section now. And okay. So we demonstrated that there's market demand for it. The next piece is, this is table 17 from Appendix B to Petitioner's Exhibit 6. And this is a summary of the economic and public fiscal impacts.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Holliday, I'm rechecking on time, which is one of my jobs to manage. About how long do you think more do you have?
2 minutes.
Okay. So we'll go through and then probably take a break for lunch.
This just summarized the economic impacts. It'll have over $29 million in economic investment into Oahu. Local contractors will generate, and local suppliers will generate profits of $4 to $5 million. During the construction period, there'll be 931 worker years of jobs, of which 70 or so will be in the construction industries, and the other ones are in the ongoing operations of the park. The employee wages during construction will total 62.8 million, and on an ongoing stabilized basis, there will be 60 worker years per year, 60 full-time equivalent positions at the park, with salaries of about $4 million. So the total base economic impact on a direct basis is $141 million and $5.8 million on a stabilized annual basis. And if you use state input output multipliers, which measure direct, indirect, and induced, they dwarf the direct numbers that are in our model here. And then on the bottom of it is talking about tax receipt versus costs. Frankly, City and County of Honolulu may receive no tax dollars. We have 500,000 put in there because there's a chance that the city and county may put in a park fee or a transportation fee or some other fee. But in reality, they don't get property taxes from the Memorial Park. State of Hawaii will generate $8.7 million in tax receipts during the build out and $400,000 a year. And since there is virtually no public costs associated with this privately financed, operated, and secured development, it's virtually all profit. So the state will make a meaningful profit during construction and a return of some $400,000 positive in tax receipts. And that concludes my direct testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Holliday. Mr. Zapata, do you want to do anything, any further questions right now? Otherwise, I'm going to suggest that it's 12:15 and we break till 1 o'clock.
I think now is a good time for a break, Chair.
Okay. Mr. Holliday, can you stop sharing your screen for a moment?
Sure, did that do it?
Real quick, please, excuse me.
Yes,
Chair.
go ahead.
Yes,
Tom?
sir.
They're going to break for lunch, but we're going to continue later with your cross-examination. So you need to return pursuant to the instructions.
Okay. Rats, I was going to go to the beach. No.
Commissioners, it is 12:16. I'm going to suggest that we take 45 minutes and return at 1 o'clock for the continuing questioning of Mr. Holliday. Are there any concerns or questions or objections to that path?
Mr. Chair, I'm buying lunch today.
Okay. Thank you for that, Commissioner Axon. Anything else, commissioners? If not, and I believe the staff was very helpful at putting a notice that we were in recess. We are going to be in recess until 1 p.m. Thank you, everybody, for your participation so far. Okay, it is, we are missing Commissioner Cabral.
Chair, I
Yes.
think Court Order and Commissioner Cabral.
You broke up, Commissioner Wong.
We're looking for Commissioner Cabral and the court reporter.
Got it.
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay, thank you, Ms. McManus.
Commissioner Cabral then.
It is a pattern and it is now documented and broadcast. There we are. Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. We are back on the record. It is 1:01 p.m. on Tuesday, June 9th, which calculated another way is the 101st day of March 2020, at least how it feels sometimes. And we are continuing with we're going to go on to cross-examination of petitioner's witness, Tom Holliday. Commissioners, do you have questions for the witness? Or excuse me, actually, I have to start with the other parties. Pardon me. City and county.
The city has no cross-examination questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you. State.
No questions.
Commissioners. Commissioner Okuda. Oh, sorry,
Excuse me,
intervener.
Chair.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
I do have questions. Thank you.
Please, Mr. Yoshimori, proceed.
So, Mr. Holliday, Mr. Easer had written a letter of response to Mr. McCready's EISPN letter. And in it, Mr. Easer stated that Hawaiian Memorial allows 4 urns or 2 caskets per plot. Did your study take in?
Mr. Yoshimori, are you referring to an exhibit?
It is in the EIS, I think it's Exhibit 6, Appendix A.
Thank you. Please proceed.
So did your study take into account the practice of having multiple internments in urnments in a burial space?
Our demand, excuse me, turn off my phone here, sorry. Our demand study quantified singular demand spaces. We appreciate that the market can provide a variety of things, but that is not what a lot of people prefer. And so our analysis was based upon total number of individual interment spaces requirements.
I just want to make sure I understood that. So you're saying you only calculated 1 person per plot or per burial space?
Yes, we based upon total numbers of dispositions and interments.
So on page 1 of Intervenors Exhibit 15, we listed 4 items of concern to us that we thought were changes that could be done to the study. The first one, number 1, was that the casket burial projections was overstated by 30,000 plots approximately. The second one was that ash burials projections were overstated by 12,000 plots. The third one was that the burial supply omits Hawaiian Memorial's existing 4,500 plots as of April of 2018. And the last one was that the calculations all assume only 1 urn per casket. So on Petitioner's Exhibit 59, Table 10, the one you just submitted and you walked us through, CBRE acknowledged that, number 1, what we were saying that the casket burials are overstated. You acknowledged that and corrected that error. So if looking at that petitioner's exhibit on table 10, that last column in scenario 1, total number of burials, you have it as 33,000. But before that, it was 77,000. So, and then on the next one, on the scenario 2, you now have it as 48,000, and it used to be 76,000. Is that correct?
It's correct.
Okay. So on Intervenors Exhibit 1, Exhibit 15, page 1, that change you submitted, it changes our, we stated that the overstatement in the casket burials was 30,000. With the change that you made, it makes it that the overstatement is greater. It's 41,000. Is that correct?
No, that's not.
I think it is correct, because if you take the original burials, which was 75,000, and you subtract the changed amount on table 10, which is now 33,000. I'm just talking scenario 1. So 75,000 minus the 33,000, that equals the 41,000 in overstatement. So it's greater than what we had said. We said overstated by 30, you said 41.
Yes.
Okay.
But the key number is on table 12, when you look at midpoint total periodic interments, and the number went from 155 to 120,000 something. So it is stated by over 30,000.
Exhibit 59 did not refute our item number 2, which ash burial projections are overstated by 12,000.
Is
that correct?
I do not agree with that statement whatsoever, and I would like to hear your proof that it's overstated relative to the mainland and cultural traditions here in Hawaii burial practices.
If you turn to...
Support that. That is unsupported. You are making an assumption that cannot be supported and goes against practices of cultural interment of cremations here in Honolulu. And you're basing that on a nationwide projection that you decided to pull a number out of the air. And I would be interested in how you support that and how that could be viewed as me being in error.
Okay, if you turn to our exhibit.
Sorry, can you please both make sure that you're not talking over each other?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So if you look at exhibit, interveners exhibit number 15, on page 6, that is where we address the overstatement. So we show your table from CBRE page 29, from the study, page 29. And it shows that, I've highlighted it in purple, we estimate 18% of Hawaii cremations. But in the introductory paragraph of the CBRE study, it says, and I have it quoted there, scenario 1 resulting in minimal burial demand, estimate that 25% of Oahu cremations result in scattering of ashes and 4% are otherwise disposed. And also above that, it says nationally 35% of people scatter ashes. So I was saying that you stated it was 25%, but the calculations are actually done at 18%. That's where we got that figure, the discrepancy of 12,000.
Now, I would say that the text that you are quoting was an error.
Okay, so that the text in your study wasn't.
The numbers are correct in the tables.
Okay. So moving on. So exhibit 59 did not refute our number 3, that there was an omission of Hawaiian Memorial's existing 4,500 plots.
Correct. And we never said anywhere that they were understated. We count for all of those within our absorption analysis. So the burial supply is not understated within the context of subject supply. We acknowledge that there are unsold lots. Everybody acknowledges within Hawaii Memorial Park. We have included those numbers along with the proposed ones as requiring absorption by the market.
You know, I'm referring to the exhibit, so 59, on table 14. I think that's where you calculated the estimated supply.
Correct. That excludes the subject.
Okay, it does exclude.
Mr. Holliday, Mr. Holliday.
Sorry.
2 things. First of all, you will get a chance to speak, but you got to let the intervener finish his questioning. And second of all, I would just assure you and remind you, the intervener did not object to your being named as an expert witness. Nobody's questioning your integrity or your expertise in this matter. They are asking specific questions about this document, so you don't need to be offended by any of the questioning that's going on.
I'm not, and I apologize. That wasn't the intent at all.
Thank you. Would you please proceed, Mr. Yoshimori?
Thank you. So table 14 does not include the existing capacity at Hawaiian Memorial, the unsold 4,500 plots. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So assuming
never mind, if I could answer that question.
Oh, please, go ahead.
4,500 plots may remain, but they are not all saleable. They're not all desirable plots. There's some on hillsides or a long way away from them. They're considered undesirable. So 100% absorption of the plots that exist at Hawaii Memorial Park will not be absorbed. There will always be some that are less desirable and not likely sold.
Going back to interveners exhibit 15, page 1, at the bottom of it, we've summarized that taking into account those 4 items that we talked about, and I think you stated that number 2, we should strike. So if we just take out that strike, and for number 1, if we change it from 30,000 to the 41,000, I think our numbers that are, assuming all of the things that we talked about, you did not refute number 2, 3, or 4. I'm sorry, number 3 and 4. Our calculations show a surplus of 59,000 plots by 2040 on Oahu under scenario 1. And under scenario 2, we show an estimate of a surplus of 36,000 plots by 2040. So given that, I think the petitioner is now saying in your exhibit 59 that we should eliminate the highlighted items, the currently proposed capacity at Valley of the Temples, Mililani, and Hawaii Kai Cemetery. So I think that's what you're saying in this table 14. Is that correct?
Not at all. I am not saying to eliminate them in the least, because they are potential proposed. It's just when you talk about them in your analysis that they are somehow inexistent, that they are somehow should be considered as supply. They don't exist. They should not be considered as existing supply, as you are trying to make the point. That is not true. They are not existing supply. They are only lines on a map and artist conceptions until they are dealt with in entitlements, the soil issues, the topography issues, the infrastructure capital investment. They are not a reality. And you attempt to show that they are a reality, and we highlighted them to demonstrate they do not exist in reality. The total supply on the market outside of the subject is 16,500 burial sites, and that's the truth. And you are making, I do not agree with your statement.
On that number, so on table 14, on the petitioner's exhibit 59, that table computes, it's from the CBRE study, it computes the available capacity or the available plots on Oahu. And that it's on that table, it lists those currently proposed ones that you've highlighted. Those are included in the total estimated supply. So your study included them as part of the supply. I didn't add them, it was in your table.
No, you're misreading, I believe, the title. It says total available and proposed. That's not the total available, as you just said.
Hold on just a minute. If you turn to petitioner's exhibit 59, table 12, that table is a summary of all of the previous computations in the CBRE study. And I believe it shows, oh, this one doesn't show it. It's in another, let me pull it up. Sorry, just a minute. So it's on the petitioner's exhibit 6, I believe it was, the EIS appendix. In the CBRE study, appendix B, page 40, there is a table showing the assumed supply of burial plots, crypts, and cremation niche and major cemeteries. And the total listed is 105,000, which corresponds directly with your table for, again, it was those currently proposed cemetery plots of 89,000 were included as part of your estimated supply in the CBRE study. Is that correct?
As part of the potential supply, that is correct, but they do not exist in reality and they are not available.
Okay. Those planned plots, so they were included in your study as supply, correct?
We included them as you see here, yes.
Okay.
So
So
we never
if you're,
intended that they were going to be built. We, as a matter of fact, modeled on a worst case scenario, which is probably what you're moving to next, but they do not exist. The ones that exist are 16,500, and the ones that are moving forward and exist at Hawaii Memorial Park, which is the subject property.
if that was the position of CBRE, would it have been better to exclude those values from your estimated total when you produced your report in July 2018?
Yes, perhaps, and we discussed that, frankly, but it would be lack of professionalism on our part to not include things that are proposed. We do market studies for proposed residential developments. We talk about all the ones that have been planned and proposed and interview members of the Department of Planning. And we look at a variety of aspects, and it would be remiss of us not to mention these being proposed. But just because something is proposed in Hawaii, that does not mean it will come to actualization, nor does it mean it will be built out as according to long-term master plan allowances. So whenever you use those type things, numbers, you have to acknowledge the risk in those numbers of whether or not they will proceed. And as the reason we changed this table to include the footnotes, we wanted to emphasize that these don't exist and there is significant risk to assume that they will be built at all or on a timely basis. So there could be an argument to exclude them.
You know, we've had several people have called Mililani Mortuary, and we've heard that they have 20,000 plots currently available for sale. Have you spoken with Mililani about whether their 20,000 proposed plots are now available?
As of the time, I have not updated this to a current date, but as of the date of this study, that is what the numbers were made to me of how many were in place and versus proposed. Whether or not some things, I'm sorry, go ahead, right ahead.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Have you contacted Valley of the Temples about what their current?
At the time when we did the study, yes.
Have you contacted them recently?
No,
about whether or not any of that capacity is coming online?
No, I have not. And I would say, though, I have, there is nothing in any publications, and it's pretty hard to move anything these days without being on the internet somewhere. The last notice in the paper was about the Valley of Temples on their most recent area of the cemetery that they've opened. And in Hawaii Kai, the last mentioned in the media was 2015.
Yeah, you're probably right that the decisions of the manager of the cultural preserve be subject the approval or veto of anyone else, or will the manager of the cultural preserve be able to make decisions in its sole and unfettered discretion?
They'll be able to make decisions based on their discretion.
So Hawaii Memorial Park would have no veto power over the decisions made by the manager of the cultural preserve, correct?
That is correct.
If, for example, the manager of the cultural preserve determines that the actions or inactions of Hawaiian Memorial Park is harming the damselfly habitat, will the manager of the cultural preserve have a right to sue Hawaiian Memorial Park? Will there be any restriction on the manager's right to bring a legal action to enforce protection of the damselfly?
You know, again, Commissioner Kuda, you're asking for a legal conclusion from a lay person. So I would have some concerns in regard to the appropriateness of that question at this time.
We're also, I'm going to just, in terms of managing the flow of the meeting, Commissioner Okuda, I have a sense that you have more than we're going to be able to get through to today with Mr. Morford, is that correct?
Yes, but if we continue, if we recess at this point in time, I promise I'll look to my questions and try to cut back on them.
And again, I'm not at all, you or any other commissioner should feel absolutely free to ask all the questions that you need to ask to be comfortable with this docket, but I do have to manage the time. We've been going a full hour again. I know I'm approaching the end of when I'm most fully alert and effective to engage with this. So if it's okay with all the parties, my suggestion would be that we take this as a break to recess and reconvene the proceedings via Zoom tomorrow at 9 a.m. via the same link. Are there any concerns or objections to proceeding in that manner?
No objections, yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Matsubara. Connie? County?
No objections.
OP?
No objections, but we did have a question as far as petitioners' witnesses tomorrow, so we can get an idea of when our witness would possibly be on.
Okay, I'll ask to address that in a moment. Intervener, any problem with recessing for the day after we deal with some housekeeping?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Matsubara, would you kind of overview for us what you would see us doing tomorrow?
I'll give you a list. You know, there's 10 more witnesses after Mr. Morford. We have Jamie Hirota, the civil engineer. We have Stephen Montgomery, the entomologist. We have Stephen Spengler, the environmental hydrologist. Then we have Susan Burr with ACOS. She'll be talking about environmental science, wetlands, and waters of jurisdictional limits. And we have Reginald David of Rana Biological talking about biology. Maya Legrand talking about botany. Todd Beeler, noise assessment. Matt Nakamoto, traffic engineering. Rosanna Thurman, archaeology. Tricia Watson, the cultural assessment. There may be some rebuttal witnesses we have, but I think those would probably take up tomorrow.
Okay.
Were you able to get that done, or did I go too fast?
No, that was perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so I think that sounds like a very full day for tomorrow. We would start off tomorrow at 9 a.m. with the continuing questioning of Mr. Morford. Is there any other further comments from the commission or questions on procedures at this time? If there's not, I'd like to thank oh, Commissioner, sorry. Was there anything? If not, I'd like to thank all of the commissioners, the staff, and the parties for your cooperation and work today and doing this unusual. Deputy Attorney General, he's waving to himself. Yes, we acknowledge you as well for going through this most unusual DBA process. I'm glad that we're able to make progress. I'm glad that we're able to conclude public witnesses, and I will now declare that we're in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow. Mahalo.
Thank you.